Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. This is your wake up call to get up and do some art. Yeah, we got to get up and do some art. Today is Thursday, August 6th. August 6th already. 2020. This is Meri at the Meri Atelier. And look at these flowers. Look at them. I picked them a couple days ago and they're still beautiful. Now, I watched a little of Rosemary Morris last night, and she was showing some dye that she did with some, they called it butterfly PT. Oh, beautiful, Rosemary. And I was wondering, I wonder if zinnias leave any color. I'm going to have to try it. Or I'm going to have to try drying some in my microwave and see what happens. Because these zinnias are cut flowers. If you go out and cut them, they'll bush out and bloom more. And I need to get out there and cut some more. All right. What else do we have on my table this morning? Well, Penelope's here. My calendar is here. Let me sit down. Good morning. And see who's come in. Who is here that I need to say good morning to? Hi, Mina. Hi, Vanessa. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. I'm a little early this morning. So, what am I going to do this morning? Where am I going to put you guys here? I think I'll paint some napkin backs this morning. But here is, let me stand up here. Here's how this folder, hi Deborah, good morning. Here's how this folder, where I put that glossy accent. I'm really happy with this. And I've got a button card here that I finished. I don't know what I'm going to put in this folder. I just made it because I had the folder. Let's put the button card. Now, I guess I want to stack this one up. I can put it over here. These are, oh, I don't know if I like those there because, well, let's put them back in there. They shouldn't be falling out. Did I not put a tape in there? That tape is not holding this. Isn't that interesting? I wonder why. Nothing's holding anything this morning. My tag fell out someplace. There it is. All right, hold the phone. Hold the phone. I'm 6 feet away from my chair. So what else am I going to put in here? I don't know. Let's put it in here like this. Maybe I'll think of something as I go along, but I'm really happy how that turned out. We'll just keep this out for a while. And we got my calendar to work on. I'm going to put my little bird napkin on it this morning. And I did some journaling yesterday. I'm working on Blaze. Just kind of recouping where I am here. I did some writing, a list, a sketch, and some more writing. That's where I am in my journal. But let's see what I'm doing here. Domino envelopes, doodle game, sunflower postcards. I think I'll work on those today. foam stamps and painty envelopes. All right. Oh, let's move the journal off the table. I spent my day, almost my entire day, not quite. I kind of fell asleep after. I tried to watch Dee Dee yesterday, and I fell asleep. I get really tired. You get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and stream for four or 5 hours, and you get tired. So, and I guess Dee Dee was offering me one of those Spandex books, a mummy one. And thank you to Lori and Cheryl, who said, Meri, Dee Dee's trying to talk to you. So I answered her. Bless her heart. Hi, Arlene. Good morning, sis. Hi, Journey. Journey's up early this morning. Deborah's here. Cindy. Good morning, Cindy. Sis, you've not been to bed yet. You're going to be tired today. Who's Hermie? Journey says, good. Oh, there's Hermie. Good morning, Hermie. We're glad to have you join us. Hermie, you just look to me like you might be international. Where are you from? I cannot pronounce your name. I'm calling you Hermie. I'm not sure if that's even the correct pronunciation, but good morning and welcome. We're an art stream here. Journey says, beautiful flowers. Aw, thank you. You know, they're just common flowers. I call them common flowers. Zinnias and Black-Eyed Susan is what we have most of this year. But they just add a certain, they last a long time. They don't fade. They last about a week or so. All right. So, let's move these out of the way. I think I've said good morning to everybody. Nancy, you're from the Netherlands. Okay. Well, good morning and welcome. Pronunciation is great. Okay. Hi, Nancy. Nancy Widner. Good morning, good morning. Glad to have you join us this morning. All right. I spent a lot of time out on the front porch yesterday. It was just a beautiful day out. Of course, it was a little bit cooler on the front porch. My brother went fishing and he said it was hot out, but he sat in the sun. But I have a lot of these Magnolia magazines that I got at the library, and I went through them. I'm still not done going through them, but I picked out some things that I want to keep. Kintsugi. Kintsugi. The origin of kintsugi dates 15th century Japan, where artisans and craftsmen were looking for more aesthetic means to mend broken ceramics. When an object breaks, kintsugi technique involves using gold dust and resin or lacquer to reattach the broken pieces. Look, they're mending their cracks with gold. I love it. Gold fixes everything. So I cut that out. I'm going to put that in my journal. And then I cut out a piece on gratitude. And I cut out some little books for journal charms. And I like these looking backs. Now I won't have many of these because this was in a magazine called Looking Back. But I've been putting these in my journal and journaling of all the things that you learned from your upbringing. What do you feel was the most valuable? What do you think that was the most valuable of all the things in your upbringing? Boy, that's a good question. Here's another interesting story from my past. Well, handle those later. And look at the cone flowers. Aren't they beautiful? I want cone flowers so bad and they didn't come up this year. So I'm going to try again next year. And what else? Oh, this. March. Imagination is the beginning of creation. You imagine what you desire. You will what you imagine. Oh, you will what you imagine, and at last you create what you will. I thought that was pretty cool. And then I chose this Magnolia magazine. We're going to do some fun stuff with this. We'll come back to that. So here's my calendar. This won't take long today. I'm just going to put the bird in there. We're going to put the bird in here. Good morning to everybody who's come in. Deborah Brown says, Nor. Hi, Mina. Cindy says, hi, Meri. Everybody's saying good morning. Oh, I'm so sorry, Suze. Back pain. She's got severe neck pain. I'm sorry, Suze. Let's just hope that goes away. Or at least you can get more comfortable. Okay. Welcome to the Netherlands. Hermes from the Netherlands. Deborah says she sympathizes with you, Suze. Cindy says, are all you party animals staying up late all night? I slept last night. I fell asleep. I watched it. All I remember was watching a little bit of Rosemary. That's all I remember. Oh, dear. And I pretty much fell asleep. Set my alarms. Arlene. Good morning, Arlene. Did I say good morning to you? Hermie, non-chatters and lurkers are always welcome here. Well, if you don't chat much, that's okay. You don't have to be a great chatter. We just will welcome you anyway. Nancy says, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Rhonda. Hello, hello. All right. Hermie says, most of the time I'm working on projects and listening at the same time. Well, that's a good thing to do. I like to fussy cut when I'm listening to folks. Rhonda asks Journey how she's been doing, and Cindy says neck pain is debilitating. Yeah. All right, let's tear these. The quote for today says, one of these days is none of these days. And that little bird is going to go right over my quote unless I move him down a little. And so let's kind of tear him. One of these days. So I think today might be our grocery shopping day. My brother went fishing yesterday. Seemed like he had a good time. They were out there quite a while. I still got ink underneath that fingernail. It's slowly coming clean. I watered my flowers yesterday. I got it, and I did some weeding. When it rains, it's not the weeds so much as the grass takes over now. It was a grassy plot before I started planting my flowers, so the grass was saying, we were here first. We were here first. All right, now what am I going to do here? I'm going to move this flower up, I think. Put the bird right in there. And I guess we're going to have to take these off. We'll move those up too. So the bird is going to go in here just like that. And I'm going to move my flowers up here. Yeah, I'm going to really have to do a number on them to get them to fit on here. Like that. And that. And I got one more, something like that. Ooh, got the fan going here. And I think I'll just put it on with a glue stick. And I guess I'll start with the bird. One of these days is none of these days. Oh, pretty good wisdom there. Like. Put that bird on there. Well, I had it in my hand not more than a minute ago. It flew off to somewhere. Here it is. Is that it? No? Here it is. I guess we'll do this one next. And we got one more to put on there. I think Becky sent me this beautiful bird napkin. I'm not totally sure, but she sent me a bunch of napkins, and I think this was in what she sent me. And I can get 4 beautiful birds out of it. So I decided to put one in my calendar. Let's put this Scrappy down in here. There we go. Aw. I like it. All right, there's August 6th. All done with that for the day. I got some black here. I don't know if I want to keep that or not. So I think I do because, let's see, I have something here. Don't throw away the old bucket until you know whether the new one holds water. Let's put this in the background. I don't know if you can see these too well. It's a couple of like stamps, postage stamp things. And I'll just build up a background here, and then when I find something really nice to put on there. May the 29th is not done yet. All right, we'll keep our old buckets for a while. August the 6th. One of these days is none of these days. Yeah. All right, we'll just set that over there for a bit. I'm going to work on Blaze later this morning. See if we can't finish him up. Let's put a couple of these pages in my journal. Now, I'm going to have to move that calendar. It's going to fall off. I need room on my desk when I do these things. Yeah. Okay. So, where am I going to put these? Let's get them out. What do I want? I want to do the cone flowers and that one. I want to do them all. Welcome home. Oh, that's the bird. The books. Not that one. This one. I guess I want to do these. I think I'll just tip them in there. Yeah. So it's Thursday already. I just said it was the beginning of the week, and here it is, the end of the week. I think if I cut it right here, maybe a little off of the other side, I'll have it to fit. So the weekend's upon us, coming. Yeah, I'm liking that. Just like that. And what's on the other side? I've got some journaling now. Oops. What did I do to you guys? Oh my gosh, that's an old saying. My mama said the bucket one fairly often. It's one of those repeatable sayings. Most of hers were crude. Well, I think that's a nice saying. And there's my bicycle that I like so well. Our summertime list. Our kitty cats. The spacewalk. I could put it right here over this stamp thing. Yeah, I think I will. I just make a flip page out of these. It's like I'm tipping in a page. Yeah, I told my brother yesterday, I said, we need to go grocery shopping. I can't do any cooking with no flour and eggs. Although we made a zucchini last night. And he likes to, he'll cook them himself. He'll slice them up, peel them and slice them, and put Parmesan cheese on them. And he was tired from fishing last night because he was out there quite a long time. And so I made supper, and I made a zucchini. I peeled and I sliced it, and I put Parmesan on it. And at supper, I asked him, well, were mine as good as yours? And he was quiet. He said, you need more cheese. I said, well, okay, next time I make them, I'll put more cheese on them. I don't know, I guess I'm not the cook he is. I let him cook all the suppers because, you know, he does so little anyway, as far as interests and stuff, and he seems to like to cook. He likes to fish and he likes to cook. He likes to work his crossword puzzles. I asked him if he caught anything, and he said everything we caught was little. Oh, I could put one here. There's the meanest little teddy bear. What's on the other side? Well, we kind of want to leave that. I'll put these over here. All right, let's go back to here. I think I'll put the looking back one here. And then I'll come in and journal on all of this. We'll take some of this off. And take off a good portion of it. And take off some over here, I guess. Cover up that face. Of all the things you learned in your upbringing, what do you feel was the most valuable? I have to think about that one. All I can think of now is my mom would say, get those bangs out of your eyes. I'm not sure if that was valuable or not. My bangs are still in my eyes. I remember one time we went school shopping and I got a pair of shoes and got me a pair of shoes. I really liked them. But as we were going home, I was looking at my new shoes and I said, Mom, there are 2 pairs of shoes in this sack and she only paid for one. And we were halfway home. We had to drive into town. She turned around and went back to the store and told that clerk that we got a pair of shoes, an extra pair of shoes, put in that sack. And she didn't pay for them. And I truthfully think now that the clerk, the clerk sensed that I didn't get the pair of shoes I wanted, so she snuck them in there for me. She felt sorry for me. She wanted me to have another pair of shoes. That's what I think happened. But my mom was having none of that. We returned the shoes. I think that was a pretty good lesson, though. She returned them. She said, we can't afford them. Meri has to have... I think the shoes that I got were probably those saddle shoes, you know, those white, black and white saddle shoes. I think that's what they called them. That was a pretty good lesson in paying for what you buy. Or not buying it. But I truthfully think that clerk may have... Let's see, this is my borders list. And this is my thumbnail list. I think I'm going to put this one on my thumbnail list. This one almost fits. It just needs a little off here. Oops. That was a pretty good lesson. I think I'll document that. I won't document it this morning. Trying to think of other things my mom and dad, oh, they were pretty good. They were just poor, honest folks. I have to say, I think my parents were not rich, but they were pretty honest folks. They didn't try to get anything out of anybody that they didn't pay for. We had a good life. We had a good life and just lived in old houses. Can't complain. If I can't have cone flowers out in my garden, I'll put them here in my journal. Good morning, Jersey. Good morning, Jersey. I tried to watch you yesterday, and that's when you went to get your computer, and while you were doing that, I bopped on and got distracted with something else. I'll catch you one of these times. Jersey was working in her bubble yesterday. Cindy says, Journey, it was 6 years ago. She still struggles. Oh, I'm spinning. Am I? No, I guess I'm okay. Are you guys okay out there? I think I'm still live. Hi, Barbara, Chicken Pot Pie Society. Well, ladies, it's wonderfully choleric banana. It's been years of fighting for compensation. That's really taken a toll on her. Let's see what we're saying here. Good morning, Barbara. She said she made banana bread using almond flour yesterday during my stream. Ooh, that sounds good, Barbara. I hate to cook. I'm more of a baker, Rhonda says. Deborah says, time is going too fast for me too, Meri. Yeah, time is just passing too fast. Arlene says, oh my gosh, that's an old saying. I got that. Barbara says, there's a hole in the bucket, dear Lisa. Dear Lisa. There's a hole in the bucket. I need to check the water in that tub out there. I forgot to do that yesterday, or it's going to rust through. I didn't do it when I saw it because I didn't want to get my feet all wet. It could also be read as one of those days is one of these days. Stop procrastinating and seize the day. We'll never have this day again. That is so true, Barbara. Jersey says good morning. They're all saying good morning now. Oh, there's Topaz Pearl Girl. Hi, Julie. Topaz Pearl Girl. Meri, did you make your walnut? You know what? I didn't. I was having so much fun out there on the front porch. I didn't want to get up and go in there and make my walnut ink. It would have been a perfect day to make it. You know what my head said? There'll be other perfect days. Actually, I was pulling weeds out of that corner plot where that walnut tree was, and I saw a green walnut fell on the ground. So that's interesting. The walnuts will be falling again. I hope you get some coffee real soon, Meri. Yeah, hopefully today. Hopefully today's the day that I get my coffee. I'm going to make my brother stop at the other grocery store. You know, our store that my brother likes to go shopping to is, he used to work for that store, and he just likes to go back there. I think he likes to see his old buddies that are still around there. And that store, though, is the same store that liquidated their department store and all their crafts and everything a couple years ago. And we read in the paper the other day that they're selling out to one of the local IGA chains here. So that store is no longer going to be run by the same family. It's really I don't know, I guess the family's just tired of running it and want to retire or something, but the store is really, it's not that it's not doing business, because it's busy every time we go there. In fact, sometimes we have a hard time finding a place to park. I don't know what my brother thinks about that. This IGA store, it's not an IBA store, their prices are a little higher. But I think the store where my brother shops, the prices are higher anyway. And he likes to shop there, so no, I don't fight him on it. All right, we got a couple more to put in here. Two more. One this, I don't know, just one more. Because these are books. These are little books. I'm going to make little journal charms out of these. I keep them as I go through. Can I get this whole thing? I think I can. I like the quote, "Imagination is the beginning of creation. You imagine what you desire. You will what you imagine. Last, you create what you will." That's a George Bernard Shaw quote on imagination. I'm going to trim this part off because it's all crooked anyway. I've just decided on these larger pages here, I just can't cut them down. And I'm just going to start tipping them into my journals. And that way, if I have something on both sides, I can have print on both sides. Now this, I'm not going to put it here, but I don't think I have to trim. I want to leave a little, well, no, let's trim it down. And I'll just mix them up in my journal between my art and my journaling. I'm going to start looking for me another ledger book like this. So probably this one will probably last me until the end of the year. But I do like these ledger books to work in. If I can't find one, I guess I'll go back to making my bigger journals. I guess I'll cut it off here. We're going to work on Blaze later this morning. See if I can't get Blaze done. Well, I think I'll trim it off down here too, just to make it look nice. Doesn't all that thread make you want to weave or crochet or something? Crochet a bedspread. Crochet me a bedspread with all that thread. Yeah, that fits pretty good. Let's find a page to put it on. Here. Oh, I'm working on designing snow globes. I'm not sure. Oh, where's the Christmas? So I did another scissors with a bow in it. Yeah. And here I was going to start journaling the end of the day, and I fell asleep. I fell asleep. I fell asleep. At the end of the day, I fell asleep. I didn't journal. I was going to start trying to journal right before I go to bed at night. I was reading a page where we're encouraging you to journal at the end of your day, all the highlights of that day. But since I sat out on the front porch journaling, now let's see. Here, I think, because that's just the list. Alrighty. This is the last one. This is a good way to save those larger pieces that, especially if they're pretty on both sides. And you can't stand to cut it up. It's hard to make a decision on which side you want the most. I got a lot of those, especially out of history books. There we go. Ooh, I like that. It kind of fattens my journal a little, but we'll just let my journal get fat. It'll probably be like that by the time I'm done. All right, moving on. I think we're going to play in this magazine. Let's put my journal down here. And, alrighty. So what I'm thinking here, now not the Magnolia magazines, as looks like that came off of the bobby pin. Not the Magnolias magazines as much as some of the home decorating magazines. I look at the magazines and I say, I'll never live in a house like that. That's above my pay grade. But the Magnolia magazines, I was looking at them yesterday and I was thinking how I could use this. And my thought was, as I was looking at it, I'm going to start, like, let's start with this one. This is a common ad for Go RVing. In fact, I was looking at these RVs over here, and I would like to have this Type B or Type C RV. Someday I'm going to get one, and I'm going to drive around urban sketching. That's one of my dreams, is to have an RV. And right now, with the virus thing, it isn't going to. But here's what we're going to do. Let me grab a sheet of paper. I'm going to do this in different ways at different places. But what we're going to do, let's see, I only need about half, is I'm going to put myself in these magazines. And you know how I like to draw caricatures of me. Well, see here, these two kids running across the beach, and it says, away beats the heck out of any recess. There's kids as away to go RV, and they go away, and it says it beats the heck out of any recess. So I'm going to put myself out here on the beach with these kids. And so I'm just going to kind of draw my hair up in its clip here that I always wear on my head. Yeah, well, it's more scraggly than that. Here I am. And we'll put my glasses on because I have to have glasses to see nowadays. And here's my ear. And we'll give myself a long face because I've got a pretty long face. And oh, I'm wearing a swimming suit. Oh no! She's wearing a decent swimming suit though. She's not wearing a bikini. And yeah, I don't know if you guys can see it or not, but here's my arm. And I'm going to be running like these kids here. Let's see. And we'll put me in a little swimming suit. Like that. And let's see. Put my hand out that way. And I'll put my hand out that way because I'll be running. And let's see. How will those legs go? And like so, and like something like that. Something like the old lady's running. Yeah. But that's me. I'm gonna put me in there. Let's darken my suit here. She's struggling to keep up. Actually, I think this leg probably comes over this way a little bit more. And I'm going to put myself on the beach running with these kids. Let's fussy cut that out. Here's my scissors. I'm just going to do little cartoons. I'm going to put myself in these magazines. And I might put some art friends in these magazines too. Not meaning that I'm going to draw pictures of you. I'll just put little fictitious art friends. If I can't, just like those cone flowers. If they won't grow in my garden, I'll draw them in my journal and enjoy them in my journal. Let's fussy cut the old lady out here. We'll put her on the beach with the kids. Say, what did you do yesterday, Meri? I went to the beach. I went to the beach. I ran through the waves with these two kids. And we said it was better than recess. I got tired of sitting on that old front porch, although I didn't really. It was such a pretty day out. I know what's wrong with this grandma. She doesn't have any color on her. She needs a suntan. Let's put some color on her. This grandma isn't afraid to put on a swimming suit. I think I brought my swimming suit back with me. It was in my suitcase, one of my suitcases, and at the bottom, and I just left it there. And my nephew brought my grandniece a swimming pool, and we get all sorts of pictures of her in her swimming pool. It's quite a large swimming pool for a little girl. She's a swimmer. She likes to swim, so, you know, they had a lot of lockdown stuff with the swimming pools. They did here, too. And she couldn't go swimming, so he bought her a pool to play in. When she gets larger, that pool won't be so large, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them in a couple years sell it. And let's see, I think right in there. Let's color her. She needs a suntan. And I don't know. This might be a little brown. That's purple. That's a dark pink. I'll try this one. Try this one. See what color this is. I threw my paper away here. That's okay. We're going to give this lady a tan. Whoops, we better color her suit up here. There. She's running on the beach. I used to go swimming a lot. I used to like to swim. It was one of my favorite things to do. I'll give her a pink tan here. I used to like to ride my bicycle and go swimming and climb trees, and then I grew up and went to school, and that was the end of that. All right. Let's see. I want another scratch paper page here. Now, let me pull one out. It's the back of a bill. Where's my glue? So I thought I'd just have fun in one of these magazines and just go do things I can't do anymore. Do them in my art journals, in my magazines. And when I get ready to throw this out, I might make an art journal out of it. We'll put it right here, front and center. Now, this says Go RVing down here. I feel like putting something there like this. This is a bill from, oh, that's, here's where it says Studio R12. This is the bill that, from that stencil, that gear stencil. Yeah. I knew I saw it someplace. I thought it was on the plastic envelope. Let's put this in here. So we'll just run on the beach with the kids on this page. Look, I even got some water splashes on this paper here. Right there. And I am going to repeat the saying up here that you can't see very well. Away beats the heck out of any recess. There we go. Let's date this. 8/6/20. Meri runs on the beach with these kids. They don't have anything on over me. I'm going to run on the beach. So let's see what else. Here's, I think this is Joanna. Let's see. Letter to the editor. Your journey begins at the door. So what I'm going to do here, let's draw me a picture of me going out this door. Let's see, how do I want to do this? I'll wear slacks. I'll wear some slacks. Let's see. And put my shoes that way. Let's see, I'm trying to visualize me here. That door is pretty big. I wanted me peeking out the door here. Let's draw me a little bigger. Let's see. This is good visualizing, because what I'm thinking, let's just draw a stick figure here. So let's see, I wanted me peeking out. So I want to be a little more like that. Only that looks like I'm bent over. Let's put my head up that way. And let's put my head. Let's do that over here. Let's see, let's start with my hand. I'm going to do a stick figure just to get how I'm peeking out the door. I think my back would be like that. And my head would be like that. Looks like I'm bent over, but if I put me down there. See, you can do stick figures just to kind of get the action. To get the action of where, oh, and I know I'll put a big old purse here. A bag. There. And we'll put my other hand up here. And, of course, here's my hair clip in here. Yeah, that's how I'll do that. Now, let's see if I can. So, let's put my hand up here. And I'm gonna, I guess I'll give me long sleeves in this picture. And here's my head with my ear, and here's my scraggly hair that needs a haircut. One of these days I'm going to get me a nice haircut. And let's put my eyeglasses on me. In this case they're going to be sunglasses. And my long face and my neck. And my other hand will come up this way. Well, let's see. Let's put the bag on my shoulder here. Put the bag on my shoulder. And it doesn't have to be perfect, Meri. You're just going out the door. Okay. So I'm walking this way. Knee here, pants. I'm fairly tall. I'm medium height. 5'8". Let's put me walking out the door. I'm not 6 foot tall. Put a shoe on me there. There. All right, so now, what is this hand doing? I guess I'm going to just put my hand up here on the door. And we've got a big old bag here. I don't have any big bags like this, but this is fun sketching anyway. All right, I'm good with that. Did you see what I did there when I tried to work out how I wanted to stand? I just did a stick figure. I just did a stick figure, and you just get the motion of where this person, how their knees might be. And then after you get a sense of of how you place yourself in there, then you can go in and sketch it. Now let's give me some color here. Your journey begins at the door. Let's give me some blue pants. And then just sketchy sketch stuff. Doesn't have to be perfect. We're just going out the door to our journey. And the shoes I'm wearing now are kind of a gray color, gray loafers. Let's put my gray loafers on. I keep them by the door in real life. And I put my sunglasses in them. So I always have my sunglasses when I go out. And let's give me a, let's give me a gold shirt. As gold as I can get. It'll probably look more orange than gold. Let's see what this color is. It's kind of a yellow. Yellow gold, that's good enough. And up here. And my purse is kind of a black floral, but let's make it red. Let's make it red. Rosy red. There we go. My hair is gray, so I don't have to worry about my hair. Yeah, let's see, where's that color I was using for my face? Let's try this for my face. I still have my suntan from running on the beach. There we go. That's good enough. It's just a sketchy sketch. Alright, let's cut this out. Just wait till we get to the recipe section. I won't do all of these today. I'm just playing. Let's cut. Fussy cut me out here. If I can't go shopping in real life, I'll go shopping in my magazines. If I can't live in a beautiful mansion, I can dream about putting me in a magazine. Put me in some history books. Talking to George Washington and Benjamin Franklin and telling them that they better get back here and shape us up a little. I'll say that's what we meant by that Constitution. I was there. Of course, you know, they had their disagreements in their days about what should be in that document and how the country should. Oh, they had their conversations. And here's my bag. Uh-oh, I didn't put a strap on it. Let's put a strap on that bag. Whoops, it's going to have to come down here. There. my sunglasses. Where will your journey take you today? Oh, I didn't get these cut too well. Let's cut in here a little better. Where will your journey take you today? Grocery shopping, I'm going to put. Hopefully grocery shopping. Let's draw around these a little more. All right, there I am in that beautiful room going out the door. Looks like I'm holding on here. I want to hold on to the door, I think. I think that's how I envisioned it. I don't like my sunglasses. Need to be rounder or something. Let's see. Let me see. Quite done with me yet. I can't see. Give me more gray hair here. My hair is fairly long. I pull it back in that tie. Oh, there. We're going to leave it. It doesn't have to be perfect. So let's glue me in there. I need a glue sheet. Here, let's take one of these. Oops, what did I do with them? Well, they're not here. Fiddle faddle. I don't want to use that. I want to save that. Now let's just pull a couple sheets. Hold on a minute. I got to get some paper. Hold the phone. I'm just using copy paper. Let's put me down in here. I want to hold on to the doors. What my intention was here was to hold on to the door. There. Now, I want to just grab this. Right here. Okay. Let's give that a... Hold the phone, hold the phone. And while that's wet, let's take another piece and blot it. Oh yeah, that's what I'm going for. And then I've got something over here too. So let's cut this out. Meri says if I can't go in real life, I'll imagine myself going in this magazine. Just wait till I start talking to her. There we go. Your journey begins at the door. Where will it take you? This might be fun to do with a Smithsonian magazine or a, what was I thinking? National Geographic. That might be interesting. Oh, are you guys seeing? Because I got it. Let's push it up a little. Your journey begins at the door. Where will it take you? Grocery shopping. Grocery store. And, of course, I won't get to go today, but in thrift store. Eight, 6, 20. What did I date that other date? When did I date it? Yeah, 8, 6, 20. So there, I'm running on the beach and I'm going to the grocery store. What else am I going to do here? Let's check and see chat. I haven't been talking to you. I've been busy. I've been busy arting. Hi, Sandy. I saw you went live at 4:30, but then rolled over and went back to sleep. Who you talking to? Deborah, I thought you were using a black banana clip to hold your hair. It's just a little black. It's not really even a big banana clip. It's a short clip up here. Yeah, I am. Let's make these sunglasses now that I got me in there a little bit bigger. There we go. There's me heading out the door to go grocery shopping. She said fiddle faddle. Now I want popcorn. Sandy says, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Arlene, don't do that, Arlene. I just spewed hot coffee. What did Arlene say? Oh, I got it. A more positive one. I'm a little cheesecake, short and round. Aw. Barbara, I'm trying to figure out what to use instead of a teapot because I'm short and round. Aw. Joanna Gaines is pretty. I think I read where, are they going to have a network TV network thing? A TV show instead of the do-it-yourself channel? I think I read that. Not this season. I think it's next season. They're going to have some shows on. And I sure hope that we can get it. I hope I can get it because I'm missing the crafty stuff on. I like YouTube, but you know, you kind of miss the craft channels. All right, what else is going on out here? They're saying good morning, fiddle faddle. Who did I see? Hi, Anika, good morning. Good morning. All the channels in the hop are listed in the description box of the first video, which is Cares. I bought a real pretty one, but then my glue bottle got low. The weight of the dangle kept causing the bottle to flip over. The lighter weight one's long pin bent up. They're talking about glue bottles. Yeah. Meri, you make me laugh. I'm having fun. Hi, Santa. Good morning, Santa. Arlene, it was just a strange coincidence because not 1 hour after Jersey Stream, I received a Zoom invite to a friend's fireside chat with a therapist discussing this subject. Kimberly, good morning, Kimberly. 557 and Topaz is here. And now they call you, I'm going to call you Anika, because I can pronounce that. Oh. Yeah. I was just opening mail and then making dangles. Okay. What's new, Suze? All right, we're back to the banana bread. For some reason, my air conditioner thermostat was stuck and I was freezing. I had to go smack the thermostat. Good morning, Sandy. All right. So I went to the grocery store. Oops, what did I drop? I dropped something. Where did it go? I'm 6 feet away from my desk again. Let me roll up. What else are we going to do? Let's see where else we can go in this magazine. I'm having fun. Let's see. Joanna's sitting in the hammock. Could put me in the bathtub. Could put me sitting on the pillows. We'll do one more. I'll keep this magazine out for fun. Here's some crafty stuff. One coat, true color. Now, enough is enough. Welcome summer. Summer was our best season. It was sleeping on the back screen porch in cots or trying to sleep in the treehouse. Summer was everything good to eat. It was 1,000 colors in a parched landscape. I'm going to put that in my journal. We'll just tear it out. I'll put it with my summertime list. We went on a trip. Peaches. Oh, yummy. They're talking about confidence, I think, here. Ooh. Risk meets rewards. I could be sitting at that table there, eating my dinner. I could be sitting in that chair. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to sit down for a while. Let's draw me sitting down. I've got some pretty paper to work with too. Let's draw me sitting down. Put stuff in these magazines. Let's see. Where's my pen? Is that the one I want? This one is. If I can't be there in real life, if I can't have a home like that, I'll sit here in real life. So, I'm seated in here. Like this. Yeah, maybe I'll be reading a book or something. I'll have to bring me down a little. Like that. And for now, I'm not going to cross my legs because I'm just trying to visualize this for now. Let's put a book in my lap. I've got pretty big feet here. Alright, as my head's turned down like this. So my glasses are going to go here. Whoops. I need to go down further. Well, alright. And then I got crunchy hair here. And we'll put the clip in there. And this is my hand. The book is going to come out this way. Now, let's see how that fits in there. Let's see if she can sit in that chair comfortably. Let's clip it out. See if she fits. Doesn't have to be perfect. It's just little me's. Little me's. Oh yeah, she's sitting there. That's a big chair for... I'm actually not short, but it looks like I'm short in this picture. I mean, I'm not ultra short. I'm medium height, 5'8". I need longer feet, but I was running out of space. I'm just kind of rough cutting this to get it cut out here. Now this book isn't going to be entirely about me. I'm going to put some other people in here too, but this is how I'm starting. I wouldn't want you to think that I was only about me. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm liking that. We'll just put me sitting in that chair reading a book. Let's color me. Let's color me. What color shall I make? Red pants? Let's make my pants red. Just for the fun of it. We're going to give me red pants. Actually, I wear leggings a lot around the house here because they're so comfortable. Yeah, I'm a little bit of, don't like to wear them out in public. I'm too old to wear leggings in public. Alrighty. And let's put my shoes on. Although, if you can't be there in real life, if I can't have a house like that in real life, I can have one in my journal, in my magazines. Right? Right. Cut that book out a little bit more. And let's cut my face out a little more. Oops. That doesn't work. There. Maybe more like... more like that. You have to come down a little more. And let's see, I don't wear a lot of green. What am I going to put with that red? I would probably wear white, but we're going to make it yellow. We're going to give me a yellow top. Oh, I probably lost the cap to that raspberry. That's probably what fell. Let's give me a yellow top here and make it short-sleeved. There we go. And this will be the last one that I do. I'm having fun, but I don't want to bore you guys. Let me get all this scrappy up here. Put my book in here like that. It's kind of fun to imagine yourself in all of these places. That's kind of like when you read the magazine anyway. You kind of read it in the idea of how would that look in my house. Let's see, that book needs to be clipped off there. Let's clip her off. Would I like to have that horse? I would. Since I can't, I'll enjoy it while I'm sitting here in this magazine. Would I like to have a home like this? I would. But then the next magazine I see, I want that home too. So I'll be happy with the roof over my head. Let's put my glasses on here. And my scraggly hair, which looks something like that. And let's put my hair clip in. Let's bring the scraggles down in here. Glasses need to be darker. I was reading with dark glasses on. Really, they don't need to be that dark. Let's put some, let's fix those. Come on. Yeah, I put that. I'm going to have to get me some new pens. Maybe I'll do that the next time I go shopping. I'm using these whiteouts quite a bit, and I think I'm using them up. Come on. I think I've used it up. Yeah, let's see. I got another one. I just want a little bit. Let's see if I can get anything out of this one. This one feels fuller. Come on. Here you come. Come on, I know you're in there. I'm having trouble getting white out this one. Let's try this one. This one's still got the cap on it. There we go. There. I just wanted a dot of it. Let's trim my hair a little up in here. There. If you can't be there and where's my paper? Yeah, let's use this one. If you can't have it, go there in your imagination. That's what I say. I'll be doing more of this. I'm not going to do them all this morning, but I have fun doing these. Sit me on that chair, reading my book in this beautiful living room. There I am. Got a wrinkle there. If I can get that up or not. There we go. There we go. Yay! Let's see, what does this one say? Opposite. Time-worn vintage finds include a buffet that holds board games. I don't see board games. Oh, that must be there. Give new parts of the house a year's. I gravitate toward worn, rustic, and interesting pieces. Nothing too precious. I'm going to write nothing too precious on here. Let's make a tag. Let's just... Let's use some of this spray that I sprayed. Nothing too precious. Let's write it on there first. How do I want to do it? And I can't do anything with all this on my desk. Actually, I don't need that. I'll just cut it off. I could just write it in there. But no, I have to do this. There we go. There I am, sitting in this beautiful living room. Scrappy, scrappy, scrappies. I'm having fun. So what did I do this morning? I went swimming with the kids. I went for a run on the beach. What else did I do? I forgot. Oh, I went to the grocery store. My journey begins at the door. Where will it take you? Your journey begins at the door. Where will it take you? To the grocery store and the thrift store. Nothing too precious. I'm reading in this beautiful room. Actually, I should be taller here. I feel like a little short lady with that big buffet behind me. But I don't want to cover up that beautiful rocking horse. I might fussy cut it out someday. We'll come back to this. I'll come back to that another day. I'll come back another day. Let's see what you guys are chattering about out there. Flip, flip. Kendra. Good morning, Kendra. At least I have you ladies, Kanga says. They can't say no to 2 visitors only. Please put on account. That's true, Kanga. That's true. We don't have to mask up to visit you either. Kendra says, doing good today. Thanks for asking, Arlene. That's good, Kendra. Having an injection in your hip next Wednesday. I hope it will help with my pain. Me too, Kendra. What issue is that, Magnolia? It's an older one because I got these on the free library table. This is a let me see. It's a summer one. Summer of 2017. I'm going to go on a trip here. Let's see, where did they travel? I'm going to go on a trip with them. The roads we travel. Oh, they went to Oregon and Yosemite, Utah, Savannah, Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, Washington, D.C., and the Black... Wow, they were all over the place. That'll tire me out. And so the adventure begins. They went in that Airstream trailer, and I tore that out. What did I do with it? I wanted to put that page in my journal. They went taking on the open road, the immense beauty of the nation, and a desire to spend time with the family. I'm going to join them on their trip. They traveled all over the place. Yeah, see, they started over here. It looks like they started in... Well, I'm not sure where they started. But I see little dots, and they come down this way, and they went clear up to, looks like Maine or Vermont up here, to Vermont, and then they traveled back through, looks like they went through a little of Wisconsin there, through North Dakota and Wyoming and Idaho and Washington, and this is cut off over here. It's just naturally cut off. But I'm going to travel with them someday. But we're going to put this page. It's the summer issue of 2017. So, where's my journal? Let's put this Welcome Summer in my journal. I'll have a big fat alligator mouth journal here. Let's do that now. When I read those magazines, though, I go, you know, it'd be fun just to put myself in there. That's kind of what I'm doing. We're going to work on Blaze today. Welcome Summer. Where's my summer list? There's the sound list. I think the summer list is here someplace. I wish someone would invent Picasso roll, list of sounds. Here we go, summertime list. Should I put it on the last page? Welcome Summer. Yeah. Let's tear it here. And we got the open road on the back. Let's tear it up here. Yeah, we're gonna need just a bit more off of it. Just going to put it right in here like that. And I can still see my list. Oops. Yeah, when I tear it on my own, I really tear a hunk out of it. Oh, well. It's just my journal. Just makes it more distressed. Here we go. Welcome Summer. That goes with that wonderful summertime list that we did a couple weeks ago. All right, so there's that. What's next? Let's look at chat again. I got distracted. Let's read chat again. Arlene says, when I was in the hospital after the stroke, they required me to wear PJs or street clothes every day. I was in rehab unit and was so happy to get dressed instead of wearing that stupid gown. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. There's a cap to my pen. I might work a little on tags for Lisa and Tanya did tags. Let's see. Kanga says, I had a gown, but I'm a bigger lady, so it didn't fit. The breeze got my behind. Mom just dropped off some PJs. Good. I hope you get better soon, Kendra. Let's see, what else we were talking about up here. Kendra's here, Kanga's here, Cindy is here. Good morning, Cindy. Barbara says, is that the same outfit worn and you're going out the door, Meri? Meri's like that little dot from the comics. I wear slacks and a shirt a lot. I think I had red pants on instead of blue pants, right? I wore a swimming suit on the beach. I guess I'll have to dress up a little. Arlene says, I am one of the taller women in my family. Granny was 4'10", and my youngest daughter is 5 foot even. Meri, you can put me in your magazine. I'll serve you tea, okay? Oh, okay. Is that T? T-E-S? Is that T? Kanga says she's 5'10". Oh, okay, Kanga. If you just glance at Meri sitting, it looks like she's wearing a mask. No! Am I wearing a mask? I'm not going to wear a mask in the house. Oh, no, that's not a mask. Let's color that. That's the color of my shirt. Let's color that. It does kind of look like it. Here. There. I fixed that. No mask on in my house. I wear masks when I can't social distance. How's that? We're not touching that issue in this stream. I want a drama-free. A drama-free. My hair is not all that combed here. Oh. I guess the more I mess with it, the worse it gets. Now I'm going to have to get out that whiteout pen. What, the one that doesn't work? I don't know which one worked and which one didn't. There. I probably gave myself more hair up there than I have in real life, but I'm happy with it. I got pretty white face though. Let's color my face. That tan is almost too dark, but I don't like myself so white either. Let's color my face a little here. There. There we go. No masks. These are eyeglasses here. I had them too dark. There. All right, I'm going to quit fooling with it. I took my mask off. All right, I have to be comfortable if I'm going to sit in that beautiful living room. All right, what else is going on here? We fixed that. Journey says, every time I go to the doctor, they tell me I'm shorter. Candy says, I'm 5'3". I used to be 5'5". I can be 5'2" if I try real hard, Arlene says. Oh, you guys. Barb says, well, I don't need to smack my thermostat, but there are some people in this pandemic I'd like to slap. Aww. Meri, what issue are you using? I got that. I saw you went live at 4:30, Meri, but then I rolled over and went back to sleep. That's perfectly okay. That is perfectly okay. You know what I feel like doing? Let's get it out here. I feel like doing a Crayola page. Let's do some Crayola melting. I feel like I feel like hitting the heat gun with somebody. I mean, doing heat gun. Melting crayons. Get rid of all that aggression. let's see. To do that, let's put these pins in here so I can hopefully find them again. And let's move my tea a little. I'll move you guys over this way a little. I don't want to put this raspberry away till I get that cap. I think that's what fell on the floor, is that cap. Let's just fold it in half. I think I'm going to start a new box. And I'm only going to put flowers and galaxy. Oh, I might do some sky, some sunset skies and stuff like that. Or maybe even some landscape, some sunflowers. We'll see. And I know once I get moving with crayons on these, that paper will move around. And what I like about this, if I fold it even enough, it'll fit right in those rows. I have to fold it pretty even now, in half. And all these wrinkles will work out. Got a little ink spot on there. It isn't going to matter once I get the crayons on them. Alrighty. Tea. Let's tap these down. What's that pen? Where's Penelope? Give her back her pen here. We're going to melt some crayons. I want to use those crayons up so I can get some more. All right. You know what else I want to do is cut some foam stamps. I might do that in a little bit. This won't take too long to do. Let's get some crayons out here. Out of my crayon box. Let's get the orange out. There's a bigger orange. Orange, yellow, orange, green, gold. We're thinking flowers, pink. Got a lot of orange and pinks here. Pinks, greens, some blues. How about some more greens? Green. What color is that? Green, blue, green, red, some reds, reds. That's enough for a while. Maybe a white. And I don't think that's a crayon. I think this is chalk. It was in the pile there. What's this? Pine green. Orchid. All right. That's good enough. Alrighty. Look, I wrinkled my paper. It's not holding it up here. Yeah, I got to tear some of those crayon wrappers off, and I'm going to put them in this envelope. This is what takes the time, but come on, that crayon wants to roll on me. This is asparagus. The name of that color is asparagus. Orange, orange. This one is mango. This one is, it's a blue, dream, denim. 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 This one is red violet. We're going to do flowers and galaxy. This one is midnight blue. If I was good enough, I'd do butterflies, but my butterflies look weird, I have to tell you. Another blue. This one is carnation, I think. Razzmatazz. Razzmatazz. That's what it says, razzmatazz. Just a few more here. Forest green. Whoops. This is a green blue. Orchid. Orchid, orchid, orchid. Looks like I already tried to cut that one. Or they didn't seal it good or something here. Orchid. Yellow orange. Goldenrod. Couple more. Cerise. Cerise. Tickle Me Pink. And this is a fluorescent. Ultra orange. I don't know how fluorescent will go on here. This is the last one. There we go. What am I gonna do with all of these? Anybody want some crayon wrappers? I should have a giveaway. I've got plenty. All right, let's see what you guys are saying. I don't want to bore you stiff. Hi, Kilburns. Hi, Carla. Good morning, good morning. Funny thing is, I used to cart a whole mini art kit or bed bag with me all the time in my handbag for occasions like these. I tended to end up in the hospital a lot over the past 2 years in COVID. You know, I was a child care director, Barbara said. One of the children in my center was called Denim. Oh, that's cool. Hi, Anne. This is similar to newsprint. This is packing paper. You know, you can go to like Menards or Lowe's or probably even Walmart. In fact, I think I got this at Walmart. It's Pen Plus Gear. You get it in where they sell all the mailing and packing supplies. And it is 22 by 22. It comes in squares. It's like what you would wrap your dishes in or crumble up and put around your ceramic pieces. I'm going to move you guys off the desk. If I didn't get a hello to you coming in, good morning, hello. Let's see, let's get my finger guards out that Deborah was so good to send to me. I'm still using, I think she sent me like 3 sets of them, and I'm still using the first set, Deborah. And I need my palette knife, because I try not to let that wax build up too much. Let's use the white, the yellow, and maybe one of those blues and purple. Is that black or? Now that's blue. That's that pretty blue. And I thought I had a... I don't want to use too much of these big ones because I'm saving them for my pet portraits. Let's see, what else did I want here? I think I'll use this white instead of that one. Saving my browns, using up that pink. I think that's all I want from out of here. All right. How's my camera angle? Can I move it a little? I think I got a little space over here. Let's see if I can tip it a little that way. Whoops. Am I live yet? It did something. I think I'm still alive. All right, I think I got a pretty good view here, at least in my camera up there. All right, good morning, everybody. If I missed saying hello to you, it was not on purpose. Let's put my little scissors away because I'm always losing them. And I'm done with my knife. Let's put that away. All right, let's put the thumb guard on here. The finger guards. And this one. And I want to do flowers, I think. We'll see how I can do some flowers. And they're just going to be Meri flowers. They're not going to be real, trying to look like anything real. You know what I mean? I'm not going to try too hard to make realistic ones. So let's start with some red, maybe. I need my heat gun. And it's hid behind my flowers over here. Let's get it out. Alrighty. this pinkish oily. It's got some blue on it. I don't like the wax to build up too much in there. I don't want a thick wax layer, so I use my palette knife and kind of scrape the top layer of wax off, and it also makes my crayons go faster. I might have needed to get out more green. Of course, this is all abstract, you know. Like I said, these aren't meant to be looking like real flowers. That blue really takes over everything. Maybe I'll put some yellow in there and make it green. Let's try a darker red, see how this works. Ooh, that's pretty. And instead of scraping it down, let's see if I can. Kind of trying to make a rose. I don't know. I have to play with it. Let's try some. I like this darker red, and seems like I need the darker colors. I just have to experiment, see what I can get out of this. I like that white, but I don't like it being so thick. When I model it down, it tends to want to... Let's go with the other. I guess in order to get it vibrant, I have to have it on thicker, but I'm not sure how I'm going to like that. I'm afraid it'll crack when I start rolling it up. I'm not sure how I feel. I think I'm struggling too much with this, trying to make it too much. Let's see. My colors over here. Oh, what do I want? Let's try some more pinks. I'm afraid by putting it on thick like this that it's all going to crack, but we'll see. Where's my palette now? No, I'll just drain it out. I'm not sure about my flowers. I'll see what you guys are seeing. I'll see what you guys are seeing. No, it's not too bad, I guess. Because, see, I see them at a different angle. I see them coming off looking this way, and you see them down that way, like this. So I'm afraid these are a little thick. I'm afraid they're going to crack. But if I scrape it, then I'm scraping away some of the color. Yeah. See, that's, if I put color on color, if I put color right on the paper and scrape it, it leaves that, it leaves the pigment. But if I put color on color and scrape it like I did here, I'm just scraping off the top layer of that orange that I put down here. But I like to layer the I need to clean my palette knife. I'm just afraid, like in here, I'm afraid that that's going to crack. Yeah, holding that phone in my hand. Let's get my palette knife out of it. I guess I'm going to have to work more with flowers. I'm not sure I'm happy with them. I guess if you don't do it, though, you aren't working with them, so I guess the thing to do is just to do them. Let's get out that dark red and do one down here. I don't really like the little crayons. I like the big fat ones, see, for melting. These little crayons tend to break pretty easy if you're doing big stuff like this. Yeah, I got them all over here. I don't want to get them messy. I'm afraid I got too much wax on here, but we'll see what happens. It has to be pretty waxy in order to be vibrant. I might try putting a, well, I don't know if I want to do that or not. We'll see. Where's my water again? That's a lot of wax on there. We'll see. We'll see how that turns out. Yeah. Let's see how it looks to you guys again here. I don't know. It's not kind of what I expected, but I'm afraid to do too much more to it. This in here might need something. Some oranges or something. Yeah. Too white for my taste. Ouchie, ouchie. That went right through the finger guard. I don't know. It's awfully waxy. Let's see what you guys are saying. You're smoking those funny cigs, Arlene? Oh, they're beautiful. They look, yeah, they are impressionistic. They are impressionistic. That's true. They're not realistic. It kind of loses the detail in here. Kind of loses the detail in there. And you know, I'm wanting to put some fine liner on them. But I think I'll just leave them. I think I did better with the Galaxy because I could scrape. These when I scrape on these flowers, they lose all their detail. You need that buildup of different spots of color to get the detail. And when I scrape it, it kind of all blends in like it does over in here and up in there. It loses the... So I think I'm going to leave this alone. You should frame it. Oh, I don't know. I think maybe what happened here? So white wax in there. What is that? No, white. Waxy in there. One little spot and I notice it. I wonder what will happen if I scrape it while it's dry. Yeah, see, it's losing. See, I just scrape off the top layer and it loses the detail if I scrape it. Not too bad in here. I'm gonna save this for the back. If I could scrape it, then it wouldn't crack as much when I roll it up. That's my thought. And I think what loses its detail is if I put this on, I started layering the wax, putting on a piece of wax and then putting wax on top of that. And then when I scrape it, I just scrape off the top layer of wax. But I think if I just put the color flat on there and then scrape it like I did in here, because I scraped this pretty good. And this I did not layer as much. I think I can get some of that top layer off that would crack off anyway. So I think I'm going to try that. I'm going to turn it over and try not layering so much and just putting one layer of the color that I want. Well, I might have to, well, we'll see. I'm going to use all this I'm scraping off. Because see, this has been scraped a little and I like it in here. Let's see if I can get some of the top layer off of this so it won't crack so bad. It may not be as bad as I think. I'm just learning. I'm learning this stuff. What happens to your... I'm learning how to color. What happens to your colors when they melt and when you scrape, and it's a learning process. This is, I don't know, I think I'm liking this. This is scraping off pretty nice. Maybe, oops, maybe it's not as bad as I think. And get the pigment on there and scrape off the top layer of wax that would crack. And also, if you get off the waxy layer, it won't be as apt to stick That's the other thing I want to experiment with. And we'll see what happens to those galaxy rows. So far, it hasn't stuck in my collage row. But if I have a whole bunch of these papers, waxed papers rolled up, would they stick? Well, you wax your papers so they don't stick, so they shouldn't, but no, I'm kind of happy with it. It's my first attempt at flowers. This part in here looks kind of, it's pink, but when I look at it must be the color on my tablet, because I think my tablet mutes down some of these colors. Let's turn it over and see what's on the other side here, on the inside. And of course the ends won't have color on them. I'll just cut those off. I'm expecting a lot of wax on the inside because I put a lot of wax on here. All right. See, it went clear through to here. Ooh, I kind of like the other side. There's the other side. Isn't that interesting? All right. We're going to do this side. But if I leave it like this and heat it, I'll sure enough get... So I think it's time to either do it like this or tear it. Or cut it. Let's cut it. We'll just keep playing. That's how you learn, if by playing and experimenting. Gotta experiment with stuff. You know, this might make a nice background. Now, I wouldn't want to try to write on it, but you could certainly glue things on there. You could paint over it. You can paint over this, especially if you scrape it, you can paint over it. All right, well, I get it away and look at it from a distance. This is the type of thing you have to look at from a distance. All right, let's see what I can do on this side, which is all nice and oily for me. Look at how that oil on those crayons melt through. That's interesting too. Those crayons have a certain amount of, probably like a mineral oil, maybe a glycerin type product in there. Let's tape it down here. Oops. I don't know how much that is going to tape down. We'll see. So on this one, I'm going to try not to layer so much. I'm just going to try to put the flat color down and melt it, but I'm going to start out with all of the scraping that I did here with these. And see what I can get out of those. That's what I scraped off the top layer there. Just kind of spread it out. Oh, scared me, that paper blue. Oh, it scared me behind me there. I have to put a weight on it to keep it from blowing away. Now, I know that if I hit this with my heat gun, that it's going to blow it around. So I'm going to kind of press it down a little, if I can. It's probably still blow it. Yeah, it's gonna blow it. I need to heat my paper and then put it on. Let's get it. Heat your paper first. This painter's tape is curling up on me. Yeah, I blew it all over the place. Alright, let's just heat some. Kind of a brownish red. Oh, there we go. There's some red coming out of there. Not quite what I expected, but you know what? It does what it's meant to do. Got a line across my page. Now what are we gonna do? Am I gonna stick with flowers or am I gonna try something different here? I want to try just one layer. Let's try it with a bright color first. Not layering, but going in between. And maybe some white. Now I'm going to let that dry a little. I'm going to let it dry, and then I'm going to try to scrape it. Let's try it something orange over here. I guess I'm just making big cluster flowers here. This guy's off. I'm going to get my heat gun hot, my tablet hot. Put some yellow in here. Trying not to layer it. so oily there. I'm not sure. I think I'll just put greens in there. Let's try a blue one. That's what I need to do is green one. Let's make it a little more. Let's make this a little more. Flatten it out a little. Like a puffy flower. Like that. And that orange isn't showing up very good. Mary's just playing. Let's take some of that green and put in here. I think this might be the trick to it. I gotta experiment with it. Let's try this one. I don't know. Can you guys see? I can't see what you guys are seeing. I got my tablet all messed up here. I guess you're seeing it. So I'm thinking if I keep my colors, I want to mix the colors, but I don't want to mix them into each other because I'll let this dry and then I'll scrape it. And I think the pigment, when I layer, like if I put a red and then put a pink or a yellow on top of that red, when I scrape it, I'm just scraping off the pink and yellow. If I put my blue down, like I did here, and scrape it, I still got blue pigment. And without scraping, I'm scraping off the top layer, but I still have the blue pigment on the underneath. So I think the trick, I kind of layered over here. I think the trick is not to layer my colors when I do this. I'm just going to put this. And I'm just doing big puffy flowers. This has got some blue on the crayon. These are really oily, these little crayons. I can really see the oil ooze out of this crayon. Let's see, let's put some white in there. Try to do orange and the yellow are not working too well. Let's try this gold. See how that looks. That's a pretty gold. Now, what color am I going to mix with it? Let's mix this dark color, darker red in there. Big old puffy flowers, like, let's put some other flowers in here. Let's see. What do I want? Let's put some other kind of flowers in here. Like daisy-like flowers on here. I don't know, this is too oily in here. I was just going to put green on it because that's just going to go into the oil. Oh, I should do some big old sunflowers. Can't do them here, but maybe I'll try some sunflowers on another page. Alright, let's put some greens in there. Let's start putting some big ones. Green isn't going to show up too much in that oil. Maybe with white there. I don't like this one at all. Let's see, I'm going to scrape this one. I don't like it. Yeah. But now this one, this is the first one I did. And let's see if I can see if I think if I scrape, it'll fade a little, but I still have those spots of color. I still have the detail. So I think that's kind of where I want to go with this. See, I'm scraping the top layer of wax off of these, and I still have the detail of the flower. So I think the answer to my issue is not to layer my wax, because I just scrape off the top layer. That makes sense, doesn't it? And then I'll just save all this. I could try putting some of that in as background. I'm much happier with this piece than I am the other one because I think I have a lot more detail on this, and I can scrape off that wax without ruining the detail of the flowers. Yeah, I'm scraping that one pretty good. So let's see what I can do here. Let's start in here. I'm not sure about that. Getting a lot of browns on there, but you know, the ground is brown. Yeah. I don't like this in here. I almost got too dark again. I don't think I can fix it. I guess I can use it for collage. So I think when I want detail on my pages, I have to avoid layering them. I think that's... And I think avoid doubling my pages up because I got a big old oil spot there, and the color doesn't want to cover that oil spot very well. Meri's mumbling to herself. So I'm going to take some white and see if I can't just put some white in some of these flowers. I think I'm going to call that done. I could detail this a little more, but and this, but I'm tired of messing with it. This is just all grayed out. I don't like this area at all. I don't think there's much I can do to it. Maybe put some blue on. Let's scrape it and see if I can put some blue on it. Put a blue flower in there, dark blue. When I'm scraping it, I'm taking off that wax. Let's see if where's my dark blue? Let's do a dark blue flower. And that's the other thing I could do is put down a layer and scrape it, and then put a flower over it like this. These flowers need some stems, but I'm not going to worry about that. This is just for fun. All right, I helped it a little. Tanga. I tell people I don't Zen tangle. Can't remember the patterns or rules. I Zen doodle. Yeah, I don't Zen tangle either. I don't like rules. Go figure, Meri doesn't like rules. All right, I want to try one more thing. Let's take this up. I want to try to do some sunflowers. Boy, this really melted my... I got wax paper here, but I don't know how much it protected my undercoat. It didn't protect it very well at all. Oh well. That's what happens. That's why we have desk paper. Yeah. And there's the back of it. Not too bad. I guess when you pull it off, I don't know. Flowers aren't quite, I guess I like this one better. They aren't what I was going for. But once you get them rolled up and put in use them as collage background, we'll see. I want to try one more thing. I want to try to do some sunflowers. I'm getting another sheet out of here. And I think I'm going to split it in half first so that the second sheet won't get so oily. Put that down there behind me. fold it in half. That's pretty good. It doesn't have to be perfect, Meri. Before I do that, let's just take a sheet of paper and this is what happens when you mix your colors. You eventually get brown-gray if you mix them too much. But I just want to get it off of my palette knife. These are my scraps. I think I got it good enough over there. Now let's heat gun this. You don't want to burn your paper. You want to get it hot enough to melt the crayon. Get that off or not. Ouch. That burned. Don't touch a hot palette knife, Meri. You silly lady. All right. Meri's just playing. I just feel like playing. I'm tired of doing things perfect. When did you ever do something perfect? I'm tired of trying to do things perfect. Not my style. We're only going to do one sheet. We'll save that other one for another time. I just want to try some sunflowers, see if they work out any better. And I mean big ones. Big ones. I lost all my painter tape edges here. There's one. help any. A heat gun's in the way. I keep getting that little menu thing that puts people in timeout. Oh, go rest, Arlene. If you're not feeling well, you go rest. Don't worry about links. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow or another day. I took a picture. Meri, you play all you want. Okay, thank you. I want to try some sunflowers, which would be yellows and oranges. Not blue. Well, blue may be in the background. Yellows and oranges and brown. I didn't get out of brown, but we can make brown with red and green. Let's try some big... I'm going to have to put some more tape down. It's not going to stick. You guys are in the wastebasket. That's the only safe place around here is the wastebasket. That's why I put you there, keeping you safe. All right. Let's see what happens here. I think this yellow has more oil than pigment in it, to tell you the truth. I see so much oil. Let's try this one. That's more of an orange. Then I have another yellow. That yellow just has nothing but oil. Not too much pigment. That disappoints me. See, I need a big old center there. I'm not happy with that yellow because all I see is oil. Let's see if I got a different yellow. I think that's where a lot of my... Let's see if I got a better yellow in here. A Crayola. Where are all my yellows? I have a whole lot of them. I must have used them. That's a yellow. That looks more like a peachy orange. I find it interesting how much oil there is in these crayons. I also find it interesting that I don't have a lot of yellows in here. All these crayons, and I can't find a decent yellow. Here's an orange yellow. We'll try those. I just don't like how much oil there is on that. There's so much oil in there. I can't even see the pigment. We'll try that. We'll try these. See what I can get out of them. See if they're as oily as that big one is. Alrighty. Alright. Let's go back into here. Got orange on it. Yellows are oily. Every one of them. This one's not as bad. This one's got some pigment in it. Now, I want a red and I want a big red and green make brown. All of these, if you ask me, that's more of a pink than a red. Pinks are oily too. Now we're going to mix the green. Is that green? We're going to mix the green in there. Brown. Or brownie. quite what I want. And just, to me, it should be more yellow, less oil. More yellow, less oil. Now, I may get in trouble with that box again. Look at that big old sunflower. You like it? It's not quite where I want. Those yellows are too oily for me. But, all right. Now, I think what I'll do over here is just put nothing but blue. I think we'll just have one sunflower, because if I try to put another one in there, it'll just convolute it. You like it? I guess I get too close to these things, because I have a, you know, you have a vision in your head. You have a vision in your head, and if this was on fabric and then she ironed out the wax, yeah, we could do that on a piece of fabric and iron out the wax. Get an old iron. Hi, Del Lobo. Welcome, welcome. Good morning, good morning. Hi, Mrs. Laugh 25 Smith. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. Or is it Mr.? Is it Mrs.? No, it's Mrs. Laugh 25 Smith. Good morning and welcome. Candy says, there are a lot of drawing prompts on the internet. They go by month. I give my kids a list every month. That's a good idea, Candy. Bug characters. Gail's here. Arlene had to leave. She was getting tired. All right. All right. Tammy is here. Hi, Tammy. I'm going to do some blue. What time is it? It is almost 8 o'clock. I don't know. I have Blaze out here somewhere. I haven't got the energy, I think, to work on him. Here's Blaze. I don't know. I'm really tempted to start him all over again. I'm not sure I can. I have a dog, but I'm still not sure it's Blaze. I have to think about him some more, I think. I need to look at him and look at the picture, and I really haven't done that. I should have taken it outside yesterday and stared at it. Let's do some blue over here. Let's do some blue. Maybe mix that with some white. Everything seems oily to me today. It probably always was oily and I never noticed it. I'm noticing it today. Very Van Gogh-ish, isn't it? Way to melt your crayons up, Meri. I guess I needed some more blue in here, down in here. Yeah. Now I got blue on there. I should probably try to put some blue in there, but it'll just turn green, so I'm going to leave it. I'm just going to leave it. Life, it's always when... Oh, Romeo just got an interesting email from his brother. Life, it's always interesting. Ah, thank you, Anne. Sunflowers are your favorite flowers, Tammy says. Those few months when I went nutty. You went nutty for a few months? Seems you've taken most of my good creative ideas with them. I know I had some good ones, but I can't get back to them. Well, Kanga, just keep working. Sometimes it just takes working through it. Giving up isn't the answer. Sometimes I get an idea, and I'm going to repeat Dee Dee here. You get an idea. I was listening to her yesterday. I fell asleep during her stream. So when Lori and Cheryl both emailed me and said, Dee Dee was talking to you, Meri. And so I went back and listened to Dee Dee's stream. And she was talking about her journals and looking through a journal. And she said, when you look through your journal, now this is Dee Dee Willingham. This is not Meri. I'm just repeating what Dee Dee said. She said, when you look through your journal, take a pen and a pencil or paper with you and write down your first impressions of what you're seeing and what ideas you get. Sometimes those ideas, they come pretty fast. Boy, I hold this up to the light and it is, that oil really turns this paper a transparency color. Look at that on the back. It just, these crayons have a lot of oil in them. Probably a mineral oil. That's probably what's holding the pigment together. Wax and mineral oil. I don't know if the wax would do that. The wax might be doing that, but I think there's oil in these, probably with the wax. But anyway, when you look at a magazine, write down your ideas, write down your thoughts, even if you have a post-it note with you. That's what Dee Dee says. If Dee Dee says it, Meri believes it. All right, we're going to keep the yellow out. We're going to keep the white out. I don't know if I'll need that orange or not. I'm going to keep the blue out. And maybe a pink. And a green. Some of these gold colors. All these others, I think, can be put back in my Crayola boxes. I don't want to load this up too much. Put my palette knife in there. Okay. Oh, maybe this pink. Let's put these others back in my crayon box. So, and she started cutting up some of her journals. Are you guys brave enough to cut up any journals like that and make art cards? I'll tell you. She was just, of course, she's got a lot. She's got a lot of things, unfinished journals and collage journals that she's done when she streamed She's on her 10th or 11th year of streaming. I've only streamed, what, at most 4 years? Because I started streaming when I came down. I didn't stream when I was up in Madison. I didn't have the capability then. But I got down here and I started streaming on that old phone. Oh, remember how we'd have all those disconnects? I still get some disconnects, but... Alright, so we did this one and these two. I'm not as proud of these, but you know what? You never know till you try. They'll make good backgrounds. Maybe art cards. This one I do kind of like, this sunflower. I do kind of like it. Even though I'm disappointed that my yellows don't have that much pigment in them. Alright, we're going to set these aside. There's one more thing I want to do this morning. I don't think I'm going to work on Blaze. I'm just not sure I captured him. Maybe I just need to work on him some more. I don't know. He's not done yet. I'm not sure. I just have to go. I have to think about it. I have to think. Alright. There is one more thing I want to do. Let me reach for it. And I'm not sure how this is going to turn out because, well, this is one of those floor mat things that don't work for me. But it's nice thick foam. And I was thinking I could make some foamies out of this. And I don't know if I can or not, but we're going to try it and see. So let's get out an ink pen. Maybe this one and this one. And I'm going to start out simple, I think. And I think I'm going to try to cut these with my old scissors. I don't think I'll cut through a palette knife. Oh, well, they're on the floor. Let me pick them up and put them where they should be. If I put things back where they should be, I cut too many things to go too many places. That's the problem. There we go. So, we're gonna, let's just trim off the edge here. Let's see if the scissors will cut through this. Let's see if these scissors are cut through this. Oh yeah, it cuts pretty good. Sort of good. If I get a working square here. And I got 4 of these. You can get them at Menards. I think they cost about $4 a piece. $16 for a package of them, about. And I got one on the mat and got my feet on one, but my chair doesn't roll on these very well. And see, they've got, that'll make a nice border if I'm doing jelly printing, or even on a Dirty Dozen. That'll make a nice border. And it's got, let me flip it over here. Let me flip it over. It's got a, see, it's got this kind of a tread on the back. I'm not sure how that will print. We'll just keep a block of that and see what happens with that. But see, these interlocked. There's 4 about 2 feet by 2 feet. Let's move my teeth. Hopefully I won't knock it off over here. Let's just cut down this way. These gold Tim Holtz scissors, I'll tell you, they're just like the Energizer Bunny. They go and go and go, but once you start cutting all sorts of stuff, I just use these to cut all my heavy stuff. Let's see if I'm going to see if I can make some foamies out of these. I think they're thick enough. See, they're about a 1/2 inch thick. And I was looking at foamies because I was watching everybody else do foamy stamping. Julie Faye found Balzer. She does a lot of foamy stamps. And I think Dee Dee had some, but I was looking at them online and going, that's awfully expensive for a set of foamy stamps. I've got paint to buy. So we're going to see if I can make some foam stamps out of this. I got 4 of these, so I got plenty of chances to try. Actually, I see little paper dolls out of these. But I'm not going to do that today. I got 3 more to play with. I'm just cutting them off, getting them out of my way. There we go. Now we're going to draw on this side. And we're just going to do, let's see. Let's do, I think one of the things was a swirly thing. Where you, something like this. Now you got to be able to carve into it, cut into it. That's the thing. So how are you going to do that, Meri? I don't know. I'm going to think about it. Let's see, let's start here and let's try that. And I'm going to cut it off so it'll be easier for me to work with. And let's just cut it in a sort of a circle. Seems to cut pretty good once you get a piece that's reasonable here. I suppose a hot knife, but I don't know if I want to deal with the fumes. So we're going to dismiss that idea. And we're going to try if I can find it. Where's my X-Acto knife? What did I do with my X-Acto knife? Did I not put it away? There it is. Let's see what happens here. Now I don't have to worry too much about the inside's not going to print. What I have to worry about is the edges here. And we're just going to cut down a little. Seems to be cutting good enough. It seems to be cutting. And I wouldn't even say my blade is that good of a blade. Where did I start? I started here. Let's start there. Now, I'm not going to worry about my desktop because I don't want to cut through it. I'm going to have to see if I can remove the inner part here. And like I said, I'm not worried about the inside bottom, like I don't want to carve it. I'm not worried about the inside bottom of it. Let's move this wax paper off my desk. It's bothering me. It's still waxy on the underneath here. That wax just soaked right through the wax paper, for it was cheap wax paper. But that's why I put a drop paper on my desk anyway. Let's get all this off. Yeah. There we go. That's why it bothered me. It's nothing but trash. I guess I'll get me some more mailing paper too next time I go shopping. This is just craft mail paper. Alright, I feel better now. So, let's see, we need to cut here and around this way. And this may not be perfect, but these are just, I want these to be background stamps, like when I'm doing a dirty dozen or something. So you're not worried about getting a perfect image. Now, let's see if I can work at getting, maybe cutting it this way. So this is what's going to be the problem, is getting the inside out. But I think I can if I just maybe bend it a little. And let me zoom in so you guys can see what I'm doing. Maybe put a sheet of paper underneath so you can see it better. There. There. Now I think I can just bend it just enough to carve out the, and this is where you need to be careful so you don't cut yourself. But if I bend it just enough to carve out the inside of it. Let me try it the other way now, see if I can make them meet. And maybe if I get it started. I have to pull it out like that. I think this is going to work. And just kind of keep now I'm going to have to keep doing this. See, I don't care how much chewed up it is on the inside because that isn't going to print. What's going to print is this. I'd like to just kind of get a hold of it here and, whoops, what did I do here? Live chat. Hi, Aunt Beth. Good morning. Meri, would your aluminum tool work? No, I don't think so. That's more of a carving tool. I'm not carving, I'm cutting. Carving is more carving away the little pieces. This is a foam. I don't think it would carve very well. I think I just want to pull out the inside here. And I don't think I care how that inside there looks because it may be rough, but it's not going to print. See, and once I get it all done, it'll be easy to print with it. So let's see if I can do this a little bit faster in here. It doesn't seem to cut as much going this way as it does down that way because I don't think I have the same pressure on it. But it does cut. Now let's go this way. Now I'm doing a swirly circle. A star would be pretty easy to do. But we'll have to think of some more things. I'm just doing basic shapes right now. So it's getting this inner part out. It's like carving a chicken. I think a chicken would be easier to carve. And just figuring out what you're doing here. Seems to be doing okay. And I would try a hot knife. A hot knife would melt it. You know, like you can get those wood burning tools and they have a hot knife blade. But I'm kind of weary because of the fumes. We don't know what this is made out of. And I would just as soon not have the fume to deal with. A hot knife would probably do it pretty good. I'd put a mask on. I'd put a mask on. I don't need a mask doing this. Just got to do some nice deep cuts in there. I think that'll do it. We may only get one done, but at least we're trying. It's coming out pretty good. if I get, got to put a little pressure on my knife. Do some deep cuts. Keep my fingers out of the way. Get a hold of it there. Of course, now you could just cut this. You could cut it like this. Now, I don't know how this would glue. I know if you use some glues on foam, it'll melt the foam. But you could cut it with the scissors and glue it down. That would work too. But since I started this, let's finish it. I think I can finish this up. I just need to cut deeper here. Make deep cuts. I think you can buy a glue that's meant for foam rubber. And I think you can use a PVA glue on foam. A glue will melt foam, but I know if you do something like E6000, it will melt the foam rubber. I've had that happen to me before. I'm making progress. I'm going to get it. I'd have to pick something like a swirl at first, wouldn't I? Couldn't do something like a star or a square. Now I have to do a swirl. And see, what I like about these is they've got this coating here on the bottom that holds it together, so that I won't cut through that. I should bring that old typewriter in here, get it off the dining room table and finish snipping away on that. You guys see me doing this, you should see us attack that typewriter. Let's get this started again here. Yeah, you can walk on this foam. This is what they put underneath of the chairs. And it's pretty thick. I'm not sure it's quite a half inch, but it could be a half inch thick at its widest places here. It's pretty thick. Let's see if I can come in the middle here and have any better luck in the center. I don't know, the skinnier pieces might be easier to get out. Yeah. Get underneath of it, that's what I need to do, and just cut it from the underneath. Keep your fingers out of the way. I think I chose the hardest thing to try first. I wanted a swirl. We just have this little spot to go, though. I get a good start on it, and then I just come underneath and attack it that way. And once I get it, I'll have it forever. Yeah, this is not carvable. This is, I couldn't carve this. It's very foamy. All right. Now it's this that's... It's coming. I think I picked the hardest thing to do with all those curves. Oops, I'm coming out the end there. I don't think it'll matter. Got a little hole in it. Just a little one. Trying to turn that corner, get this big piece out of there. There it comes. Once I learn how to do this, I'll do better. There. Now all the roughness in there I don't care about, and I just got a little teeny hole. I could probably fill that in if I wanted, but let's try to print something off and see how it prints. Let's throw all this away. I'm not going to try to save it. Can't save everything. Let's try a print here. Let's do the paper handle thing, tape handle thing. You guys are always telling me to try to do. Keep my fingers out of it as much as possible. I think this is going to work fine. We don't know till we try. This is Thursday. Is anybody coming on at 9? Do you guys know out there? Hi, Violet. Hi, Aunt Beck. Hi, Ann. Welcome, welcome. I'm not carving, Lola. I'm cutting. This is a foam rubber. This is a floor mat. It was a floor mat. I'm making a swirl. I'm not carving because carving won't work on this. It's non-carvable. Let's try some blue. Let's try some blue. I said, let's try some blue. Oh, here it comes. And let's see. I got wet paint brushes. I just want to stir this around a little. Oh, I think this is going to work. I do think. Yeah. For Dirty Dozen, when you get that old stamp with a household item, we'll stamp with a floor mat. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Let's put it there. I want to do one in my journal. As a document. Could stamp on that fabric. We'll see how it looks. We're gonna try it. Need some more in here. I don't think I got enough paint on that. Can I? I don't think I had enough paint on my foamy here. There we go. Oh, I'm liking it. I am liking that. Now, my head is going, what else, Meri? What else, Meri? What time is it? 8:46. Where's my square? Let's move this back a little. Let's cut another one out. Let's put that brush in the water. Let's cut another. Make a little bit smaller one. See, this is the floor mat here. I got it 4 of them at Menards for $16. They're about $4 a piece. But if you make stamps out of them, so think how many stamps you could make out of them. And if you look at the price of foamies, ouch. That's an awful lot of money to pay for foamies. Let's do a star. Star will be easy to do. Only let's do a dancing star. It's not any star, it has to dance. There. That'll be pretty easy to do. Where's the cap? Here it is. I could make a lot of these for my Dirty Dozens, and maybe if I ever get back to jelly printing. I did not get my walnut ink made yesterday. I was having too much fun out there on the front porch. I didn't want to go in. Oh, I said this would be easy to do. Well, we could just cut it out. Let's just cut it. We don't have to carve it out. Let's just cut it this way. Curves are a little hard to cut, but I could save these. We're going to see how this stuff prints too on the back. So now I'm going to be designing some foamy. So I'm not going to do this all morning. I'm just going to do this one and see how the back of one prints. So today is Thursday. I don't know who's coming on this afternoon. Beth Schuler will be on tonight at 5:30, I think. There we go. Let's see how that prints. And I could even save these and do something with them. Let's see. Let's print off on. That paper, that paint's still wet in there. Let's put it off over here and let it dry. Let's print off on this. I don't know if I have enough blue. If I can get any more out of here. I'm going to be squeezing that out pretty quick. I mean, cutting that bottle. Get what I can off of my brush. I didn't do a handle for it. I should have. I need a handle. Let's put a handle on him. Got too much paint on it. Whoops. Still a lot of paint on him. I think this one's just going to need some practice. Oops, I blurred him. I'm pretty happy with him though. Let's stamp him off in my journal as a trial. Where's my journal? I had it out a minute ago. It's behind me. That's not dry yet. Let's dry it a little. I think I have anything waxing on the other side. All right, we want to put a star. Put that by the water, put it over here. We want to put a star in my journal. I'll put it right in there with my journaling, right down in there. How am I going to put it? No, good place. Let's put it over here. No. Let's put it over here. It's going to smear a little. That's pretty good. Almost looks like a starfish, doesn't it? I call these my dancing stars. I usually do them in sets of 3. This one's going to run off the page. I think these will work good when I get to do dirty dozens and stuff. I'll have to do some more. Let's paint that one in a little. There we go. We'll set that off over there. I want to try one more, and I'm not going to cut it. Let's put my journal up here. I'm not going to cut it. I'm going to just print it off. I'm going to cut it out of the foam. We're going to see how this crisscross pattern prints. So let's just cut a piece off here. I'll just cut a big piece like this. And instead of the foam, we're going to see how this side, it's like a flip-flop almost. It's like if you had a flip-flop, only it's bigger. Let's put a handle on it. It seems to, for these, they seem to work a lot better with a handle. Piece of tape and double the middle. Get your finger out of it and then put it on here like that. All right, we need a piece of paper. Let me get a piece of paper. Ah! I'm surrounded by junk. I don't know if I have enough paint on here. I think I'm gonna This brush is kind of watery, so we may just get a watery stamp. And I'm just using up what I have on my table here. All right, let's see what happens. Oops, let's turn this over. It'll be like somebody walked with a square foot. We hope. I'm liking it. Let's just... So now I'm going to have to dream up some shapes to make the rest of my foamies. Squirt some paint on here. Don't need a lot, just need a little. It's time to cut this bottle open. There's a huffing and a puffing. Now I want to do one in my journal. I'll put this over to dry. So Meri's going to be making some foamies. These are almost dry. Pretty happy with this. Let's do a print. I'm playing with my designing my snow globe out over on this side. Now, let's do it in black and blue because I don't want to fool around with that blue anymore. Oh, I'm liking it. Guess maybe I should put some more, or at least spread it out some more. I'm liking it. Looks like little jumping beans on there, but it'll make a good background stamp. And I didn't have to do anything to... I'm just using the back of that floor mat. There we go. There we go. So, let's put that in the water. I don't want to lose my snow globe pattern. Let's put this up here with those. Let's pull this wax paper out. So I've got a swirl, a crisscross, and a star. What else did I do today? All these flowers, the melted crayons. And we worked in my calendar. And I did this sunflower. I might use this sunflower as my thumbnail. We did that. Yep. And I'm just going to show these. We did these melted crayons and these melted crayons. Now that I look at them, I think I get too close to this stuff. Because now I kind of like them as I look at them. I didn't like them before. But I'm going to pull these off to the side. We didn't work on Blaze. I have to think about Blaze some more. I'm not sure. I might start him all over again. I'm not sure that it's Blaze. It's a pretty dog, but I'm not sure that it's Blaze. Am I zoomed out? I'm not. I think I zoomed in when I was cutting that stamp. Let's zoom out. Well, that's as far as it'll go. We'll just do the sunflower on my thumbnail. So it's 5 after 9. It's time for me to say goodbye. So long. So long and so long. Goodbye and goodbye and goodbye. Hi, Linda. Linda McAllister. Linda said, it's so hot here, I don't want to move anymore. I'll bet. Oh. I start at 4:30 in the morning, Linda. I've been on for what? How many hours have I been on? I can't tell. Well, 4:30 to 9. About, what, 4.5 hours? Bye, Aunt Beck. Thanks for popping in. Scott will look at me like I've lost my mind. Bye, Becky. Bye, Violet. Cucumber brownies. No wonder. Oh. Yeah, it does look like the metal sheets they put on the walls. Oh, there's Janet. Hi, Janet. I see you. Janet said Meri's boxing herself in again. Yep. Meri's boxing herself in. Happy little stars. Thank you all for coming in. Alrighty, I'm going to let you go have your day. Beth Schiller is on tonight. Somebody will be on this afternoon. There's always somebody, always something going. I'll be on. I'm going to try to come on tomorrow morning. We'll see. If I'm not here, I didn't come in. All right. Have a good dinner, Linda. Bye, everybody.